Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, but I want my backpack. How do we get a backpack? Damn it. You don't sell backpacks.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh, there's a jetpack, but...
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
What happened to all those perfect, oh no, I didn't buy the perfect planters, did I? No. Not yet. The backpack, no. The backpack, what happened
Approaching
to it? It's
Stargate.
weird that it's gone. This backpack was not gone. Maybe it's, oh, no, that's the parachute, huh? Where did this backpack go? That should stay here, actually. Anyways.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Where did this backpack go? It should be here. I took it off, I thought. Maybe I recycled it? I don't know. I must have. What the fuck? Well, I really don't know. I don't know what happened to it. Let's go back to shore, and I'll jump to the house and double check one last time, but I think I've lost my backpack somehow while I was offline.
Approaching Stargate.
Oops.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Where the fuck did my backpack end up? No. I lost this backpack. Are you for realsies? It should be in this box, I think, if it was here, because the rockets are here.
Approaching
Oh no, I took my
Stargate.
backpack off and I never ever should have done that. It's just gone now. Fucking gone now. Full blown gone. Fucking gone. Well, what can I do? Just wait for another one, I guess. I don't know. Oh, no, 1700 fuel.
Autopilot jumping.
All this stuff should come out.
Warping to
What
Stargate.
happened to my
Warp
backpack?
drive
So
active.
annoying. What happened to my backpack? Already researched. Okay. Well, now I've got a parachute, I guess. I took my backpack off when I was going to breathe underwater or something, and I lost it. I fucking lost it. Well, what can I do? I can't fix it, can't get it back, so...
Approaching Stargate.
I don't know. Is there a way to search? Oh yeah, I want a backpack. Power tool headlight.
Autopilot jumping.
Horde tracking. What's that?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I need a pump jack.
Approaching Stargate.
Somebody shot my base. It's so dumb.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Yeah, what happened to my rocket launcher? I lost a lot of stuff. I lost a rocket launcher and a backpack. I think they rolled back is what they did. They like rolled back. I lost my fucking rocket launcher. Yeah, what happened to my... Oh, no, I'm sorry. I researched the rocket launcher. Never mind. That's me. But no, I guess it's not totally missing. I guess. I don't know what happened. No idea.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Maybe I can sell 10,000 sulfur for a backpack. I don't know. Maybe people would do that. What happened to my backpack? Damn it. Damn it.
Approaching Stargate.
Well, it's not here anymore. What are the chances of finding another one? Fairly low.
Autopilot jumping.
Oh no, I can only warp scram. I should have got a warp scram too, but oh well. So this is a brawler ship. Imperial Navy.
Warping to Stargate.
Stop,
Warp
stop.
drive active.
Scoot to
Autopilot
cargo
disabled.
hold with a micro warp drive. Scoot to cargo hold. Scoot to cargo hold. Scoot to cargo hold. Scoop to cargo hold. Scoop to cargo hold. Okay, now we main jump. I'm gonna go piss and oh, there's a Vellator.
Warp drive active.
Let's go pee.
Warp drive active.
Auto research, okay. Odd. Odd.
load of loans after the war to repair and rebuild. And what starts to happen is Britain's ability to self-sustain eventually gets taken from us. We are forced into a dependency on America. This was the proletarianization of Britain itself. So American firms slowly start to sniff around Britain. And they didn't just invest in Britain, they started to own Britain. US firms like ExxonMobil and Chevron start owning assets in our North Sea energy. And while American private equity starts owning stakes across our electricity generation, our grid, and energy. They step into our retail spaces. High streets get hollowed out for American firms. Amazon comes in, Walmart comes in via Asda, McDonald's, Starbucks. In housing, Blackstone and BlackRock. They buy up rental units, student accommodation, development land. In defense and technology, Britain rents it off companies like Lockheed Martin and Boeing instead of building it and owning it ourselves. Every layer of British society, every bill you pay, every time you go to shops, money is slowly extracted out of our economy and goes to the Americans. The same exact principles that made Britain so great eventually has come back to bite us.
London. The newspapers posed questions, but facts were facts. The pound had been devalued. On Monday, after the announcement, the stock exchange was empty. There was no trading. But outside in Throgmorton Street, brokers and jobbers crowded together, not to carry on business, but to try and sort out what the drop in the pound's value would mean to them when they started work next morning.
And this really matters because it completely shapes how Britain even understands what's happening to itself right now. Historically, when an empire collapses, it's usually a big fucking deal. You know, there's war, there's bloodshed, there's land gets taken. You know, if you think of Nazi Germany, Imperial Japan, the Ottoman Empire, Napoleonic France, like they're usually big dramatic events. It all visibly and obviously comes crashing down, and the people of the country look at it and go, oh shit, everything is different now. The old world is dead.
Judges from Britain, America, Russia, and France assemble in Nuremberg's courthouse. Empowered to impose sentence of death or such punishment as may consider just, the tribunal sits in judgment upon 20 leaders without deciding.
And it's this reflection that is known as foundational rupture. And when that happens, right, a society is forced to enter a period of time where they ask, who are they now? Post-collapse. You know, Germany reinvents itself. It becomes like an export-led industrial state. Japan becomes a manufacturing and technology power. France assumes like a leadership position in Europe. You see, Britain's loss of empire was different. It was quiet. It was gradual. There was no massive foundational rupture that put us onto a new path and gave us a new cultural identity. Instead, we experienced what is called post-imperial drift. And that's because, yeah, when British Empire collapsed and all the countries we colonized gained independence from us, all of our institutions remained. The monarchy, parliament, it was all the same. The civil service, the legal structure, right? Nothing visibly changed for us. And that means the way we structured society through these institutions were built on this colonial relationship to the rest of the world. They were built on dominance. They're built to regulate trade from a position of strength, manage external countries that are dependent on us. But when those external resources disappeared, no one said, oh, it's over now. Instead, we continued to function like those underlying conditions still existed. And that puts you in a real confusing headspace, right? If the ideologies and the cultural messaging from the past tells Britain to view itself as developed, superior, and in control, never subservient, well, when Britain inevitably started to experience decline, we don't have like the cognitive ability to see it as a structural problem, something wrong in the way our country's set up. All we have the ability to do is see it as someone's fucked it. We individualize the problem down to like mismanagement, right? Someone's fucked up, someone's not doing their job right, and they're not running the system properly. So after the 2008 financial crisis, Britain starts to experience stagnating wages, declining public services, and a regional economic collapse. Certain parts of the UK become very run down, very left behind. And the response we have politically is never to come up with like new ideas and change. Instead, it's to double down on the past. We focus more and more on competence, running the thing properly, running it like a business. Politically, the assumption remains that the system itself is fundamentally sound. All that's happened is it's just been mismanaged. And it's from this way of thinking that something like Brexit starts to make sense.
So we will be taking back control. We have already taken back control of our money, our borders, and our laws, and we will seize all the opportunities that Brexit brings.
Ultimately, I think that we need to take back control.
Take back control of our borders. That's what people voted for in Brexit, and they're just not doing it.
The central slogan of the Brexit campaign was "Take back control." This reflects a belief that Britain's loss of influence is abnormal, and the decline that we're experiencing is due to a lack of British control. Therefore, the cause of the decline, everything's going shit, is externalized. There's someone else doing it. Must be those fucking Europeans. All their regulations, all the migrants, the Davos man. It can't be us, right? It's not us, surely. And then what happens after that? We leave the EU and everything gets shitter again, but the diagnosis remains the same. We don't question the idea of Brexit, we instead question the execution.
But what I do think is we haven't actually benefited from Brexit economically, what we could have done. I mean, what Brexit's proved, I'm afraid, is that our politicians are about as useless as the commissioners in Brussels were. We've mismanaged this totally.
What this does is, when we're struggling to get a deal with the EU that's going to work for everyone, it reframes the whole idea as administrative incompetence. We need the right person who knows the Brexit and can Brexit it. Because the last Brexit bros, they were not right. We need to Brexit harder or softer, but just differently, because the idea's good, but these lot, they ain't Brexited before. The logic keeps going, right? You know, Brexit, we eventually leave the EU, everything gets shitter, and then it moves on to stop the boats. This becomes like another thing around sovereignty, right? The reason for increased migration isn't down to global inequality and a labor shortage in this country caused by an inability to create a good labor market because people can't afford to have kids and many other reasons. Instead, the increased immigration is evidence that Britain has lost control of itself. We've lost the ability to enforce order. And you can see this whole mentality playing out with, you know, when Jeremy Corbyn comes along and Labour try and do something different. They have the approach of, let's rethink the way our economy works. And naturally, Jeremy Corbyn is eviscerated by every single person, including his own party, the media, and eventually the voters. Because he dared utter the idea that maybe the structure itself is the problem.
There have been so many absurd articles attacking Corbyn for his lifestyle, while the Labour leaders sit silently in meetings munching noodles and granola bars. He sat on the floor in the train, but some people tried to spin that as like, it's all PR. Corbyn is not fit to be prime minister because he refused to name his cat and he just called it El Gato.
And then there'll be something about him wearing a cardigan or riding a bike.
A Maoist-style bicycle, apparently. There are articles saying it was a Maoist-style bike, whatever that means.
So that's why when you get Keir Starmer, when he comes in as the Labour leader, his pitch isn't about, you know, systemic change. Upend the system, try something new. His whole pitch is just more competence. They always were throwing around the phrase, adults are in the room now. It was all about stability, professionalism, managerial credentials. And the obvious thing that is absent from our political dialogue is the fundamental acceptance that Britain might be in a period of time where we need to completely rethink our position in the global order. But it's that, right? It's that very possibility that Britain might assume a position of being a student rather than a teacher. For us to even consider looking around the world and, you know, seeing what other people are doing and what works, what doesn't, and doing that option completely ruled out. No chance. This sort of British exceptionalism, our belief that because things work doing it the way we do it now in the past, that our ideas must be right, really limits us when we try and look around the world for different ideas. Because, you know, our logic was built purely on capitalism, free market, slash taxes for the rich. The government should have no involvement in owning businesses. Free market competition is king. But, you know, if for a second you look around the rest of the world for, you know, how different economies do it and how they also dealt with struggles, Scandinavian countries are the one that always jumps to mind first because they retained public ownership, you know, having the government own industries or having very tight regulations over certain sectors. In Norway, they built a sovereign wealth fund. This is an investment fund that takes big stakes into some of their own businesses in their country and also others around the rest of the world, and that investment creates a fund that they use to give good public services. They're able to do big investment into skills and plan for the future economy. They coordinate with the government where they want their country to go and what should we specialize in. China outright rejected the idea that markets should be entirely free and absent of the government being involved in them. And so they have a state that is able to organize its infrastructure building, its finance and its industries around long-term objectives. And like, obviously, China's not perfect, but it is doing some pretty cool things.
On any given day, hundreds of bullet trains zoom across China, moving passengers between cities at speeds of up to 350 kilometers per hour. It's the largest high-speed rail network in the world, and Beijing is using it to expand its global reach.
Singapore, with its approach to housing and land, them lot built shitloads of public housing through the government, through the state. 90% of the land is owned by the state. Around 80% of the residents live in public housing, and the housing is very high quality. They have relatively low homelessness and strong social cohesion as they house people across ethnic, age, and wealth divides. All the while, they are a very free market economy. And you could look at tons of different models and take different ideas. But yeah, the idea of doing anything close to any of these things is completely absent from political conversation in this country. We just shout about refugees all day. But here's the thing, right? Britain sometimes does look at other nations for tips on what they should do, but they do so in a very selective way. You'll often hear a lot of bros talking about Dubai, right? We need to be more like Dubai. And they're like held up as the model economy. But this admiration for Dubai really reveals quite a lot about the ideological filters in which we look at the world.
And this city is just booming. I've never seen more construction cranes anywhere in the world.
And we also have a little over 1 million British tourists as well. And last year, the UAE had close to 22 million tourists that came and visited. And these are the kinds of metrics, if you will, that really signal and cement that we are not just open to the world, but that we're also a comfortable, stable, safe space for people to come and live.
And of course, no income tax.
And no income tax.
No inheritance tax.
Yes, yes.
Dubai's economy is built on finance, property prices inflating, some logistics, but tourism, very low tax rates, and very weak exploitative labor laws. And most importantly, they massively rely on very rich people coming and staying there. I would argue Dubai is like a economic parasite. It doesn't really develop that much itself. It tends to just try and attract rich people who built their wealth off of somewhere else. That's really what drives their growth rather than domestic productivity. But you'll hear a lot of British politicians idealize Dubai. Whilst if you mention the word China, they will lose their fucking shit. And what's happening here is they see Dubai as legit and China as illegitimate. And it's driven by very motivated reasoning. If you mention China or Singapore, the first thing people say is, we can't do that. They're authoritarians. They exploit labor, there's human rights abuses, they have no free speech. All of these things are immediately pointed to.
China is not just a trading partner, it's an authoritarian state that imprisons its critics, crushes dissent, and ignores international obligations. That's when it's not busy spying on us.
However, if you mention the word Dubai, you know, the same Dubai with like near slavery working conditions, who ban trade unions, who also criminalize dissent and free speech. Dubai's exploitation and human rights abuses are very well documented. But often, you know, people kind of brush over that bit. And why that isn't about morals, it's about ideological compatibility. The way that Dubai does things doesn't really challenge Britain's existing economic worldview, right? China does. And it's ironic, right? Because China's attitude towards like having businesses that are owned part by the state and part by private individuals, large-scale future economic planning, these sort of things could work here. We could do that. However, Dubai's model, right? Super low taxes, super weak worker regulations, asset inflation-driven growth. Well, if a country's main offer to the world is super low tax rates and no regulations, you're kind of in a race to the bottom with any other nation that is willing to do the exact same thing. Whichever nation is willing to cut all of its welfare spending so that they can charge rich people less tax, they will win. You also see it with Ireland. Lots of people say we should do what Ireland does so we can get all the big companies to come and set up their head offices in London. The problem is, again, there's only so many big companies. There's only so much capital in the world. You are competing with other places in a race to the bottom to try and grab those people and keep them here for as long as you can. You put yourself in a permanent position of subservience, completely reliant and not self-sufficient. And you do all of this, you got all of these programs so that you can get these rich people to come in who can leave as quickly as they entered. The British right wing tends to idealize economies like Dubai and Ireland, not because it really works particularly well, but because it aligns with ideas that Britain helped invent. Ideas that we seemingly struggle to move on from. The yin and yang of history eventually led Britain's colonial attitudes to turn on Britain itself.
A lot of people move to Dubai go there because they don't much like Britain, including your partner.
Yeah, that is the sort of society we should aspire to. Where
So we
you walk
can
down,
learn. We can learn from Dubai.
I think we should. This is a problem we've got as a nation, as a political class. We're not prepared to learn enough from other nations that are getting it right.
And the British political class is just trapped in this doom loop, where Britain's decline is acknowledged, but the causes for it are never re-examined.
In the era of austerity, lifeline services were the first to be cut in communities like this. Youth hubs and Sure Start centres closed down with no direct replacement.
We'll find a lot of people absent due to their health and well-being, and that's because they don't have a fully healthy diet. It'll be convenience foods, it'll be things that they can afford, and again, it's not because that's what the parent wants to do, it's because that's the only thing that's available to the parent.
You're seeing children who are becoming malnourished and sick because of the poverty they've got at home.
Yeah, levels of poverty, yeah.
That's something, is that something that's happening more regularly than it used to happen? Has it always been the case?
In my experience, it's massively happening more so than ever.
If you think about it, Britain never had a moment, like a collective moment of accountability. We never had to reckon with empire. We were able to grow and grow and grow, get all of the benefits we could, and we never got caught. And when we try and do anything to this extent of talking about it, you get endless pushback. If they try and teach kids it in school, they get told that they're just talking down the country, guilt-tripping young people, making them ashamed of their ancestors. Woke propaganda, white guilt, right? They can't acknowledge that there's any benefit to understanding what this has done to our country. And us, collectively as a nation, through politicians to the people, there was never a moment of like a formal apology. There was no national process of accounting for it. No institutional admission of any wrongdoing. And that is very important, right? The lack of accountability. No one put their hands up and said, what happened in the past was very wrong. We were wrong to do it. We benefit from that wrongdoing. Because no one in a position of power ever has really done that, that teaches us a lesson, not just politically, but culturally. It quietly implies to British people that admitting fault is dangerous, that accountability weakens authority. And I've kind of started to see this pattern everywhere in British life. We see it in politics, you know. No senior politician has ever come out and said that Brexit was a fundamental mistake or that austerity was a fundamental mistake, despite the facts telling us it was. We're taught instead of taking accountability to find something or someone else to blame. And if this behaviour is demonstrated by the most powerful, the leaders of our society, the people that we're supposed to look up to, then what does it teach us as British people? Does that attitude shape how we are in work, in relationships, in raising kids? When things go wrong, perhaps we default to protecting our position and defending ourselves rather than taking accountability and solving things together. Over time, I wonder, does this produce a society who's unable to act collectively? To me, I feel in part this is why Britain sometimes feels very socially brittle. People are more isolated, more distrustful, more atomized. And it's not because we're bad people, but because the systems that we live under reward individual survival over collective repair. A society that cannot say we were wrong at the very top ends up teaching everyone below them to do the same. And I think that is the quiet, more human cost of empire. Not just the poverty, the wars, the inequality and the estrangement from each other, but kind of like just a loss of shared responsibility. You walk past homeless people and you just have to kind of accept that that's part of life. It's not my responsibility. I'm not responsible for them. Probably they're an alcoholic. Probably they don't want to work. When refugees arrive, due to wars that we caused, many default to the position of, Why is it our problem? I didn't do it. It wasn't me. When people's wages can't afford for them to live, instead of questioning the system, many will say you should just work harder, get a better job, move from your town. Failures of our society to truly look out for one another are never felt as our responsibility. But whilst I say all that, and that might be the case right now for some parts of British culture, it also does give me a hope. You see, what you have to remember, right, is the British colonial attitudes, they were always forced down on top of the people. They were never, we didn't opt into it, we didn't choose it. And culturally, this has always led to a unique tension between British colonial culture and the, you know, the regular British people's culture. When the elites turned India into a tea factory, decimating their entire country so that they could extract tea from it, so that they could drink it on their fancy china plates and have an afternoon tea just to show off and impress everyone around them, the regular people took tea and turned it into having a cuppa, inviting the neighbor over to have a chat, to see how they're doing, to complain, to laugh, to have a little break from the stress of life. When the powerful oppressed the workers fought back and they built unions, working men's clubs, strike funds. British workers organised mass protests, mass petitions, boycotting sugar that came from plantations, supporting the ending of slavery. And they also pushed back against their own exploitation and won many times over. One of Britain's greatest cultural gifts is our comedy. Our comedy was entirely built on punching up at the powerful, mocking pretentious people and people who thought they were better than everyone.
Well, didn't you read the Financial Times this morning?
Never do.
Well, you're a banker. Surely you read the Financial Times.
Can't understand it. Full of economic theory.
Why'd you buy it?
Oh, you know, it's part of the uniform.
Our satire, our pub politics, football chants, taking the piss, all the way to reggae, punk, grime, garage. As Britain was changing, we embraced our differences and created something new and exciting. Real, true British culture was always built in defiance of systems that were imposed from above. And the culture that was truly ours was the only thing that made life livable under them. I personally do believe Britain has a big future ahead of it, but it will not come from trying to restore dominance, from being overly nostalgic of the glory days. It will come from reclaiming this country to who it actually belongs to. The people of it, the people who live here, the people that work here. It will come if we start having new ideas and look to others for inspiration, by focusing on working together and solving problems that affect everyone. If you enjoyed this video, do consider supporting me on Patreon. It massively helps making these big ass videos. They're very long, takes a lot of time, a lot of work, so I'd appreciate that. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Welcome back. You're listening to Hysteria, the podcast that had no idea that ski jumping involved the penis. Did you read this story, Sammy?
Wait, no.
Apparently,
What?
ski jumpers were like injecting hyaluronic acid into their penises, and that somehow was giving them an unfair advantage. I didn't read any further than that.
Okay, interesting. I thought hyaluronic acid was for the face.
I mean, I bet those penises look I don't know.
Hydrated?
Hydrated, yes, very, very well. I don't know, having a hydrated penis is great for ski jumping, I guess. I don't know. I'm never going to do that sport, and I don't have a penis, so...
Not everything's for everyone.
Not everything's for everyone, and that is not for me. The Olympics kicked off last week, and as we anticipated on the show... last week, Team USA's athletes are not sticking to sports. In fact, they have plenty to say about what's happening back home, and as they've had to grapple with what it means to be at the top of their game and represent a country that is frankly sucking ass right now. Before the games even started, protesters took to the streets to condemn the presence of ICE personnel in Italy. Wait, we're giving ICE people Italian vacations on the government's dime?
You know, if it makes you feel any better, they can't appreciate it.
No, that's true. That's true. Team USA received cheers at the opening ceremony, but the crowd roared with booing when the camera cut to Vice President J.D. Vance. American TV cut this out, but once again, God bless our friends to the north. Canadian television aired it.
I'm in Canada, actually, so I'll let them know.
Oh, give them an applause. I will. When Trump was asked about Vance's icy reception, he said, I mean, he's in a foreign country, in all fairness. He doesn't get booed in this country, which, fact check, he gets booed quite a bit. He gets booed quite a bit. One of my favorite recent Onion headlines is about J.D. Vance getting booed by his reflection in the mirror. Speaking of J.D. Vance, he is not beating the allegations that not only is he a smug asshole, he's also bad luck. Remember when he killed the Pope, Sammy?
Yeah, I kind of think he should go pay a visit to Mitch McConnell in the hospital. What about you?
Remember when his motorcade sort of did a hit and run on a cop?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did that. Remember when he assaulted that college football trophy, I believe it was?
Oh, yeah, he dropped it.
Yeah.
And the LA shell on the motorcade, too.
Yes, yeah. Well, he's moved on to killing dreams. Like a reverse Freddy Krueger, except without the Riz. I do think Freddy Krueger does have Riz. I think I can own that. Okay, so figure skater Elisa Liu got stuck behind Vance's excessive motorcade on her way to the skating arena. And according to her coach, they almost didn't make it. So she was flustered when she got there, and her routine was sort of like not what she wanted. She only had a few minutes. It was crazy.
Yeah, she came in second, and she could have come in first.
Yes, she could have. Vance traveled with an embarrassingly large crew, and there's even a rumor that he traveled with a whole plane full of food. Can you imagine taking food to Italy? Where you need Uncrustables, JD?
I've yet to be able to, come up with the perfect punchline for this, but at some level, I'm like, good. He won't appreciate. He won't get the joy. To me, it's the craziest thing ever. You're gonna choose to consume American chemicals through your food when you could easily drop 10 pounds by having sulfate-free wine every night and going for a little walk. This man is such trash. It's so embarrassing. It's actually embarrassing because he is representing America in the true sense, and we need to fix.
Switch headphones.
We're gonna need a diplomat overhaul when these people are gone.
We're so sorry. Only we will eat your pasta. We will not turn our nose up at what you make locally, especially if you're one of the culinary epicenters of the entire Western world. Oh my God.
It's also super normal food. It's not adventurous.
Right. The American palate is attuned to the flavors that are used in Italian cooking because there are so many Italian Americans here, and it's been fully incorporated into American cuisine, North American, USA cuisine.
That's the way to say it, not normal food. But it's it's nothing, I'm sorry, but cheese, bread, and sauce, not that exotic. You can handle it, JD.
My husband's grandmother is Italian American, her parents are came over from Italy, and she was the only one of the siblings born here. So she's Italian American. And it's really funny because we went to Italy on a trip with his parents, and I was over there, I was you know what, I feel Italians are cheating a little bit. It's with the French with butter, it's yeah, just drown everything in butter. Of course you get to make the best food in the world. The Italians are pasta, fresh tomatoes, herbs, boom. It's that feels a little oh, we're only using the freshest ingredients. Okay, well then 75% of the cooking is pretty much
over $105 million of debt. The total amount of investments I'm seeing in these private documents so far is a staggering amount of over $105 million, none of which seems to have come from Stephen Sharif. In the days following the abrupt collapse of Intrepid Studios, hundreds of thousands of hopeful gamers who believed in the promised MMORPG
Bullshit, the
Ashes
bullshit.
Creation
It's
were
40,000.
stranded without any official announcements, as 210 developers and employees were laid off.
That's what happened with
without
New
being
World.
paid or
Yeah.
compensated. Tens of millions of dollars in funding gone. 10 years of community building and game development vanished in less than 5 minutes on a Saturday right before the month of February. Content creators started abandoning ship, while others lingered in disbelief. Lawyers started, lawyering up, as they do for former employees. In these uncertain, dark times, over 200,000 people in the official Ashes Discord server could only look to the dim light of vague Discord messages from Stephen Sharif, the once revered visionary of the MMO space, who had said all the right things every reasonable MMO player would dream of. Stephen Sharif's first announcement in the Alpha 2 general chat channel said, "I can make a limited statement in my personal capacity and not on behalf of the company regarding the situation. Control of the company shifted away from me, and the board began directing actions that I could not ethically agree with or carry out. As a result, I chose to resign and protest rather than lend my name or authority to decisions I could not ethically support. Following my resignation,
it's weird. I'm gonna like talk about my feelings right now. I think the industry is dying. I think it's boring now, and we played everything, and it's sort of hard to track. And there's a lot of games out there, but almost none of them are good enough. And I don't know where to make my permanent homes. I think even backing Mortal is kind of scary. Like, he might turn around and just go belly up like this if he's like, no, I'm not paying my personal money to keep this going. And I could see that. I could see Henrik being like, I'm not paying my personal money to keep this going. That was never the plan, and we aren't making enough off the monthlies to keep the game going. And so even this work that I do on Mortal, I'm starting to learn, like, it's only like for my time while I'm here. You know, it's not permanent, I don't think. It's kind of crazy. The game never wipes, or at least it's going to, but only once, I think, when they do this Sarduka thing and everybody goes to Sarduka. I might actually stay in Knave. I don't know. He keeps putting new content, trying to bring new players in, and I think he's capable of pulling like 3,000, but it's like only 3,000, and I'm one of those 3,000. I think EVE Online is kind of like that. There's like only about 30,000 of us, and I'm one of those 30,000. If you go by the odds that everybody's dual boxing if they're actually playing the game, it's actually more like 15,000 or something like that. And these communities are fucking small. I like to think of them as big, but they're not. They're fucking small. Like, really genuinely fucking small. Sometimes I think, like, will they let Horizon live forever, or should I just keep throwing my life away? Years and years of my life now, like 7 years of my life now, I've put into Nozomi. I had 775s on Final Fantasy 11. On retail, I'm on my way to the next 75. On fucking Wings, I had like 475s. On fucking Horizon, I had like 375s. Black Mage, Beastmaster, and I was like 68 on White Mage or something when I quit. And it's like, how much time am I expected? I understand that the game never ends, but how much time am I expected to put into private servers that just die after 5 or 10 years? I want my work to be permanent, and I'm starting to appreciate these bigger games more. Sometimes I think, like, God, if World of Warcraft was more fun, but it's not. It's not really that much fun anymore to me. It sucks. I finally found what I've been looking for like 2 years, which is a dead faction warfare system. We should remember the name of it. It's Helga Tild. And I'm learning faction warfare. Like, you can, I captured, huh? Okay, I captured, and we're on to the next anomaly. It stands to reason that if I can get into the medium, I should do the medium. So let's see if I can get in. I can't remember if a destroyer can get into a medium. I think they can. Medium is a little bit harder, but I think I have to actually like fight the mobs, but that's okay. All the time I feel pressure, like, you're not a large Clan Rust player, so you're a pussy and you're bad. You're not an endgame World of Warcraft raider, so you're pussy or bad. Or, oh, you're a refugee, but there's no games to play, so you're a pussy and you're bad. And I feel this pressure all the time from my communities, and I don't particularly like them. I don't particularly like most of the people I come across in these games anymore. I don't find them interesting people. They have these mousy personalities, and I swear to God, they don't have a lot of real life experience, I don't think. And it's weird. I'm like, oh, I don't know, man. And so I get angrier and angrier when I deal with them, and I get way less acceptable. I'm like more angry, and I'm like yelling at them, and I'm not even drunk. Today I yelled at some dude because he blocked my fucking cursor. I was like, you fucking asshole, you fucking shithead. Right to his face, I was like, do not block my fucking cursor on purpose. Because it was incredibly rude. I was like, I don't care if you try and take the food, but don't try to fucking block my cursor. That shit is That shit's an entirely different level of fucking rude, and I cussed him out to his fucking face. That's on Mortal. I don't even remember the guy's fucking name. That's on Mortal. And that gives you an example. I don't like these fucking people. I play games with them, and I'm like, but I feel like these days, one of the reasons why these games are so good is because they're online and they go forever, or at least like forever being like 20 years. If they go longer than that, it's unlikely. I guess I could act like a real combat ship and go fight him. Eve Online is like, I can't get Eve out of my system. I can't get Mortal out of my system. I can't get Rust out of my system. I don't know, like, it's hard. Sometimes I think I should be playing a lot more non-modded Starfield, but then I think, oh, the DLC and the fucking stuff is coming this year, so I should just wait and make sure that I'm not burnt out on fucking Starfield, so when I play it, I'm like, oh, I missed this game. I'm having fun with it, etc. Let's orbit at 20, but I mean, I don't need to. I want to turn this chat off because I read it all day and most of it is negative and it kind of affects my mood. Sometimes, like, I don't know, I don't want to go to, I do want to change the chat. I don't want, yeah, in this tab, I don't want the Knave chat. Turn it off. Everything else is acceptable. They're always so angry. Like, I got all my anger issues from them. I swear to God, all these nerds, they're so angry. Because they didn't have good lives, I don't think. Eve's good, it's deep enough. Rust is good, it's deep enough to the point where I played it to death. Well, I'm not really in the mood to play any more Rust. I've done it for days, and it's good to get it out of my system. But yeah, this is, it'll come in each day, and I'll, like, you know, I'll play. But, you know, I'd rather play something else, I think. Could go try my hand at No Man's Sky a little bit more, but it's been a while now. I have a hardcore character. No, that game isn't my style. I know it isn't. I know that game's not my style. I know it isn't. It's not really my style. It's fucking annoying.
Much of the senior leadership team resigned. Following those departures, the board made the decision to issue WARN Act notices and proceed with a mass layoff. I cannot responsibly speak to further details at this time due to...
Yeah, like, there's not, like, yeah, there's, like, not, you know... Okay, so... I'm not hunting for games. I'm hunting for games to fill my slot, and there's a lot of them out there. None of them kind of jump out at me. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard. I want something in my main that challenges me, and I don't think it's Rust. It's weird. I don't know what to do. I know that I'm going to keep chopping wood. Greywood. His name is Greywood? Yes, his name is Greywood. Why is he here? Maybe I'll do the world level a little more. That's too loud, though, I think. I feel like they changed the camera a bit. This guy's flying around on a jetpack shooting bases. Looking to raid. Minecraft, Rust, Albion, Valheim, Gary's Mod, No Man's Sky, Project Zomboid. No, I'm playing the games that I can stand. It's crazy. There is none. I keep thinking there's gonna be others, but there isn't. I'm like on the ones that are good. Oh god. I could put FFXI back in the mix, I suppose. I would like it more than World of Warcraft. But it was also kind of like a job. I was like crafting every day. Like, I don't know, like FFXI was good. I kind of miss it, but it's like an old game. It's not supported. Next time I'll put Ogre 2s in this thing. I feel like I've seen all the naval content now, and it's like, my reason to return to Rust is like over now. It's fucking annoying. Let's go play a different game, I guess. I liked the ship combat in No Man's Sky against the. So can you fight Sentinels as a career? In the game No Man's Sky, can you fight Sentinels as a career? No, I'm already playing an Eve game. I suppose there's other games with content that I haven't done. I like games that are 3D like this where I can just watch the combat. That's one of the reasons why FFXI is good. You can just watch the fucking combat.
To give the command to a drone requires you to have an active target.
No, it's not good enough. God damn it. I don't know. I don't think it exists. I don't think this game, whatever I'm looking for, exists. I found a good system, finally. I don't know. X4 is super good. Oh, it's a bridge. I like Enshrouded, but it's not playing. It's not feeling MMO enough. Oops. No, I don't know. I don't really like a lot of those games. It's fucking annoying. This would be a good place to bring a mobile tractor unit. I wonder if there's one nearby. No, 7 jumps is the closest. Taft. There's one for sale in Taft for 12 mil. But it's like, I'll bring one next time. 37,500 LP. This is good money. This is good money. Now, there's somebody else in system, but he's in my militia, which is good. Let's go to a small.
Warp drive active.
So, I don't know. Competitive MMOs that'll last forever, where it's like, you know, your work is respected because you just keep putting in more work. It's like Final Fantasy 11 and WoW. I don't want to pay for either. I can say that, and that's why Horizon starts to look a lot better, because it's like, at least I don't have to pay for Horizon, and I can keep capping out characters, and I can get the healing that I want on Horizon. It's been many months since I've been there, I think. Like, what, 3, 4 months? I keep returning back to these games that I quit. I don't know.
Warp drive active.
I don't think it's it. It's not a supported game. It's not on GeForce Now. I can't, like, it's hard to find an MMO main on GeForce Now. It's hard to find it. $7,500, 68,000. I don't know. WoW is supported, and that's always an option, but I don't really, I feel like I've done everything there is to do in WoW. I'm looking for things I've done before. Oh, what's another sandbox besides Rust? And I don't know. It's hard. I can't seem to find it. I'll try some War Within and see if I can't maybe get a better experience out of it. Oh. Yeah, it could go into midnight here. Could heal and run a delve, maybe. Was thinking it might be better to set him... Or no, 2 DPS can just run all the way through delves, and that's kind of an interesting thing. Oh no, my sub has expired, so I can't play this game. Never mind. Bomb out. Yep, bomb out. So just getting it on the check. So yeah, my sub's out on WoW. Can't play WoW, so that's okay. That's probably what should happen anyways. Come back to WoW when midnight goes. I rarely do this, but I'm gonna go look at Twitch. I rarely look at streamers. Hey, how's it? Coming through pretty good. Oh, you can play Skull and Bones on Luna, huh? Do I own it? No, I do want to sub to Skull and Bones. Skull and Bones. Oops.
Yummy! Did you type jummy? Jummy? What the fuck is jummy? Jesus Christ! No. Why do you say no?
Oops. There we go.
That's why. Oh, I see what he's doing. Right. Are you not gonna correct the fucking thing either? Come on, man. You're not even gonna correct it? Fucking unbelievable, mate. Unbelievable. Yummy! I love it when those short alerts all play at the same time, man. That's so funny. Alright, what about now, Ron? Are we good to leave this server? Yeah. The goddammit Maverick one was funny. I'm good to go. Mr. Ron Wessels? Good to go. Alright.
Damn it, Maverick!
Yeah, it's not as funny on its own. You gotta get everyone in here who's a subscriber to type that
No
command.
more will I treat you like some kind of alien.
That's not it, is it? No. It's hard.
This time due to ongoing legal and governance matters. What I can say is that developers and staff acted in good faith and deserved better than the uncertainty they are now facing. I am incredibly dismayed by the situation. This and other follow-up statements conflicted with testimony from former community manager Margaret Crone, volunteer moderators for Ashes of Creation, and the inked letters of public court filings. Day after day, unearthed information or things that have been cast aside into the shadows by the massive hype surrounding Ashes of Creation sowed even more confusion amongst those who were trying to figure out what had happened. In this video, we'll attempt to piece most of this disastrous landscape together, parts of which I have been painting into clarity over the course of several videos, with private documentation and over 380 pages of text communications between Stephen Sharif and one of the primary Intrepid Studios investors, Jason Karamanis of Yaya Legacy Trust, who graciously reached out to me. After taking the precaution of confirming Jason's identity, as I'd been bombarded by people posing as former investors, insiders, or whistleblowers, we talked over several days through emails and...
I don't think so.
Want me to teach you how to be a millionaire? That's easy. $500. That's a pretty low price for what you're getting. Look at me. I know a secret. Do you want to know a secret? Well, you have to pay me first, so I'll stop gatekeeping it. Do you want to be rich and bald and have fast cars? $8,000.
Come on now, dawg. Come on, man. I'm too smart to read. I think I said there no smart people read. Nah.
And I might even let you keep your hair. No, Logan Paul, I don't want to own equity in a multi-million-dollar Pokemon card. Teach me how to get 23 million subscribers and I'll buy my own damn Pokemon cards. So we're all familiar with the soulless practice of building an audience and then trying to suck as much money out of them as you possibly can. But of the many examples, I want to start with what I believe to be the least egregious of these practices, at least for some of them, because some of them are pretty bad. But selling a course. So I'm sure you guys have all seen people with some type of following, big or small, selling a course that's supposed to teach you how to become successful or famous on the internet. And I was inspired to bring this up by two things I saw on the internet. YouTuber Drew Gooden did a hilarious video where he took Ninja's course on how to become a streamer, with Ninja being one of the most successful streamers of all time. And I also saw Kris Jenner's masterclass course on how to become a brand. So Drew followed every step in Ninja's course, even dyeing his hair blue and being stuck with blue hair for a couple months just due to his sheer dedication.
I probably could have just bought a wig.
Too late. Didn't think about that in time.
And in case you were wondering, it didn't work. And Kris Jenner. So when I see Usher teaching a course on how to perform, that makes sense. He's been genuinely dancing and performing since he was like 14. Although the description of this course says he's gonna teach you how to captivate an audience, which is pretty useless if you don't have an audience, but I guess you can build one, but you have to master that aspect of it just as much as you have to master the art of performance. But the main problem with courses trying to teach you how to generate revenue on social media or even become a successful content creator is that this information is already on the internet for free. If you want to be successful and you only think that I have the credibility to teach you that because I'm successful, why would I need to charge you before I give you this information? Most of these courses go from around $300 to $1,000, when the people who made the course know damn well they didn't pay anybody to learn how to get where they are today. I remember this girl on TikTok tried to convince my wife that for $1,000, she could teach her how to become a successful content creator that could earn a living from making videos. And this $1,000 package would include a few FaceTime calls and PowerPoint slides, I guess. And a few years ago, there was this viral $500 course that was supposed to teach you how to run a successful business by teaching you how to send out, essentially, random spam emails trying to resell the course you just bought. Their big plan for $500 was to tell you, hey, if you sell our course, you can make money from it. Meaning that the information in the course wasn't even important. It was just kind of a Ponzi scheme. They make money by selling you the idea that you can make money reselling a course that teaches you things you can just easily Google. That's what made them successful, selling you the idea that they're successful. So let's get into Kris Jenner. All right. Now, she's not doing this, but I mean, okay, first of all, can she operate a successful brand? Yes, of course she can. Can she teach you what it's like to run a successful brand? Yes, of course she can. But what she cannot teach you is how she got in the position to become a brand. The only reason anyone in her family can attach their name to a brand and make money is because while working as a flight attendant in the 70s, she married a rich businessman and celebrity lawyer who many people remember from winning the most famous celebrity murder case in history. His success led to their children being able to grow up with rich friends in LA, which led to one of their daughters becoming one of the first social media influencers ever, which also led to this same daughter meeting a famous dude and making essentially one of the first $1 million OF videos long before that type of influencer content was even a thing on the internet. And all of this, again, is thanks to the fact that Kris married a rich and successful businessman who was also a really, really good lawyer. So you could say the actual skill that helped her become a brand was being a beautiful flight attendant in the 70s. So you hear that, ladies? Just be pretty enough to get a rich guy's attention while he's on a plane. And a lot of these courses provide so much information, but skip the most crucial step. That's like me being a 7-foot tall retired NBA player trying to teach a 5'6" guy how to make it into the NBA. Sure, I can teach him the fundamentals of the game, but I can't teach him how to be tall. Or if I grew up in Beverly Hills and got famous because I hang around my famous friends that have billionaire families. I obviously would have an advantage of creating a career for myself on social media as an influencer because I already have famous friends that have already been seen
You're
with.
back.
I can't teach you how to be born in Beverly Hills or how to get around the Hilton family. No one that blew up on the internet can teach you how to blow up on the internet because they barely know how it even happened. The best advice they can give you is to find something you want to do and work really hard at it and try to learn from your mistakes. Charging you hundreds of dollars to give you my secret is a scam because everything I personally learned about creating content, I learned for free. Now, if you're already in the position to have a profitable brand, then Kris Jenner might actually be able to help you out with this course. But if she really wanted to actually help someone starting from the bottom, she could, and I'm not trying to be mean, but she could teach you how she married 2 very successful men back to back. And before we get into anything else, I have to admit that all of these celebrity courses are still more useful than Andrew Tate's War Room, which is still available for the low price of $7,979. Like, bro, you were a fighter that started pimping webcam girls. Also, if you go on the website, it kind of gives you an update on whenever someone buys the War Room experience, which I hope this isn't live, but it is very possible that people are still buying this. But if you have this much money to spend on something so random, surely you already have the tools to be successful. You could give $8,000 to a real financial advisor and give yourself an actual revenue stream. This could even be the start of some kind of trust for your future children, but you're gonna give it to Andrew Tate. Hey, I mean, who knows? Maybe there are some useful connections to be made here, and I just can't see the bigger picture. But I guess I never will, because to me, $8,000 seems like money I should spend on bills, and maybe even a vacation. But I guess I'm stuck in the Matrix though. Now, I don't need to explain to you guys the many controversies of someone like Logan Paul, such as what happened with CryptoZoo, because we all know about that. But it should go without saying that even if you genuinely enjoy someone's content, or even if it's a well-known person in the finance field, please do not invest in something because a famous person recommended it. Being a public figure does not make you an expert in finance. Being wealthy doesn't make you an expert in finance. And many times, especially when it comes to those crypto rug pulls, once the person that convinced their fans to invest in it got caught, they would usually say something like, well, it wasn't really me, it was just a company that paid me to recommend it. Or they just straight up say that they didn't even know what was going on. Which should tell you that even if some of these people didn't come up with the scam themselves, they become the face of something that they don't even understand. And if you don't understand it, it's definitely not something you should recommend. I wouldn't tell someone, hey bro, you should open a clothing store instead of a bakery, just because I heard that a clothing store would be less of a risk than a bakery. I don't know that for sure. I've never run a store or a bakery. And even if I did do some research, it's your money. I can't tell you what to do with it unless I'm actually an expert. So to tell millions of people at once to invest in something, it's crazy. I'm not an expert, but I never trust an investment that's trending. And if you're someone that already knows how to invest wisely, then you would never even pay attention to something like the Hop to a coin. But that makes it all worse, because that means they're preying on people who don't even understand what they're getting into. And we've been through these pump and dump schemes so much that it's crazy, because we all know that some people will still invest if their favorite influencer promoted one right now. I know Logan Paul for being silly, wrestling, and making inappropriate jokes. None of that makes me want to invest my money into anything he's talking about. And we can even go all the way back to 2021 with Save the Kids coin. Yes, Save the Kids coin, promoted by some people whose main audience was teenagers. How egregious and soulless can one become? This is probably why people like Rice Gum are still rich, despite the fact that he's mostly disappeared from YouTube. And how could I forget my very own US president, one of the richest men in America that promoted a meme coin, despite the fact that, being in his late 70s, he likely had to have someone explain the word meme to him. And this coin that he himself promoted and claimed lost 96% of its value just a year after it was launched. And the same goes for Melania coin, which was down about 99%. But why? Why pump and dump your supporters? Is it because you think they're suckers? You think they're suckers, don't you? Trump coin went back up a little, but only after he himself made $350 million from it. But who am I kidding? The money grabs will never stop. People love to grab money. Some people do anything to grab some money. When a famous person tells you to do something or is trying to sell you something, just ask yourself, how much are they going to benefit from it? And how much are you going to benefit from it? But anyway, thank you guys for listening to me as always. Watch what you buy and invest in, and I'll see you next time.
What's up, you beautiful bastards? Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. It is Friday, which means you're getting a very special edition of the show. It is From the Bastards. And so what that means is that you have control. You'll send in questions or topics you want us to break down, and we do our Philip DeFranco Show thing and get it out to you. So hey, hit that like button and let's dive into our first question and topic. And first up today, we've got Nick, who's actually worked as a teacher in Dallas, asking a question I think a lot of parents are genuinely wrestling with right now.
The past 10 years, the education system doesn't seem what it used to be back in the day. It kind of scares me to see the way it's been dissolved as far as what we're allowed to teach kids and what we're allowed to allow them to learn. And it's kind of surprising to me. As a parent, would you allow your kids to go to the public school system that they have nowadays?
So this hits close to home for me. My wife's even running for the school board here because we really care about the public school system. But before I give you my answer, let's actually look at the state of public education in America because the data is actually pretty sobering. And we'll start with the most straightforward measure, are kids actually learning? Right, and to answer that question, we need to take a look at results from National Assessment of Educational Progress, which is a series of standardized tests widely known as the nation's report card. When you look at the most recent data from 2024, it shows that 12th grade reading and math scores, it hit record lows. Just 35% of high school seniors were proficient in reading, 32% scored below the basic level. And math was even worse, only 22% of seniors were proficient and nearly half scored below basic. Half. Also, the gap between the highest and lowest performing 8th graders, it's the widest it's ever been. And experts largely point to the pandemic as the primary cause, but it's also not the only one. Chronic absenteeism, more screen time, shorter attention spans, and a decline in kids reading longer form content are all contributing factors. And here's the thing that makes it worse. The Trump administration has cut roughly a dozen national and state student assessments through 2032. So on top of scores dropping, we're also going to have less visibility into how much they're dropping. And the people inside of the system, they are not optimistic. A Pew Research Center report from 2024 found that 82% of teachers in the overall state of public K-12 education, it has gotten worse in the past 5 years. More than half said that they wouldn't advise a young person to even enter the profession. You had a 2025 Gallup poll finding that 73% of Americans said they were very or somewhat dissatisfied with the quality of the U.S. public education system. And overall, the percentage of adults who are still satisfied is the lowest it's ever been since Gallup started asking the question back in 2001. Also, about half of all U.S. adults say public K-12 is going in the wrong direction. And then, there's the curriculum debate. And that's been its own firestorm. I mean, from 2021 to 2024, nearly 1/3 of states have banned K-12 school curricula that offer critical perspectives on America's racial history. During that same time period, legislatures in at least 40 states introduced more than 200 pieces of legislation to restrict what teachers can discuss and actually punish them for teaching what some call divisive topics. Now, supporters argue this protects kids from political indoctrination, but critics argue it does the opposite, that limiting complex, honest conversations about history, it leaves students with a simplified and distorted picture of the world. So with all of that context, what are families actually doing? Well, a lot of them, they're leaving. Private school enrollment, it has surged post-pandemic, with roughly 40% of private schools reporting enrollment increases in the 2023-2024 school year. And a big driver of that has been the expansion of school choice programs, government-funded vouchers that families use taxpayer dollars to pay for private school. Right before the pandemic, just over 500,000 students were using those programs, and now, that's above 1.3 million. And you're seeing things like an EdChoice survey finding that 50% of parents would send their kids to private school or homeschool if given the option. Now with that, private schools do consistently outperform public schools in standardized tests and college placement, but researchers are very quick to add here there's important context. When you control for socioeconomic status, that achievement gap shrinks dramatically. And a 2018 analysis found that a student's success is less about the type of school they attend and more about the attributes of their family: parental education levels, income, access to tutors, having a quiet space to study at home, things like that. And so essentially, private schools often look better on paper, partly because they serve wealthier students who are likely going to do well regardless. But that said, the post-pandemic achievement gaps between public and private schools, they've just grown, and lower income communities are bearing the brunt of all of it. And then, it can get complicated. Critics of the school choice movement, they argue that pulling students and the funding tied to them out of the public schools is just accelerating a death spiral for those institutions. So you see things like between 2019 and 2023, enrollment declined by 20% or more at nearly 1 in 12 public schools. Around 1,000 public schools close every year. And also a Stanford analysis found that majority black public schools are far more likely to be among those closures. And the argument being, you drain public schools of students and money, the quality then drops, more people leave, the quality drops further, and eventually the school just shuts down. And this is happening disproportionately in communities that already have the fewest options. And so this question of whether you send your kid to public school, it ends up not just being a personal one, it becomes a deeply political one with real downstream consequences for communities that don't have the option to choose. And so for us personally, we've decided to send our kids to public school. We have the money to go private, we've done it in the past, but this is what feels right.
I can make a lot of money
Part of
doing
that is
this.
also connected to my belief that the best school for you, especially K-12, is the one that's closest. The schools, the infrastructure, the staff, all of that, it matters. But also something that data has shown is that kids are really able to thrive when they're able to maximize the time they have out of school. Right? So part of that's connected to how much time are you losing on the drive or the bus into school and back. For the kids, your kids are around at school, also close by. Is there sort of a community thing? Right? And a lot of that, it's connected to, we're stronger and better together. There's also a whole thing I could talk about with kids being lonelier than ever, and so it's important, that we're maximizing and doing things that help socialize and benefit kids outside of school. So, again, while I understand, what you do with your kids is a very personal issue, this is how I currently look at it, and I want to try and help build up something rather than strip something down.
Hi, kitty.
There's more we're going to dive into based off of your questions, but first, let me take a minute to thank our sponsor and say, remember when changing your password meant adding a number to the end? Well, it turns out millions of people's Gmail passwords didn't stand a chance, and that's just another reason why today's sponsor, NordVPN, it's a must-have. So security researchers have confirmed that Gmail usernames and passwords were included in a massive leak, part of a 183 million online accounts that are floating around the dark web right now. And the worst part is that even if Google wasn't hacked, to reuse passwords across apps makes it insanely easy for hackers to break into everything else you own. NordVPN's dark web monitor alerts you the moment that your email or password shows up in a leak, so you know before any hacker tries anything. All your internet traffic stays encrypted, meaning that your data is yours, even if the website that you're using is held together with duct tape and hope. Plus, NordVPN has a strict no logs policy. They're not tracking you, storing you, or selling you. They protect you, period. And I'm protected, and you should be too. Right now, you can get an exclusive discount on a 2-year plan, plus 4 extra months free when you use my link. Right? And it's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Just scan that code or go to nordvpn.com/Phil. That's nordvpn.com/Phil. But then next up today, we've got Maddie from Canada coming in with a question that I think, honestly, a lot of Americans have thought about, or at least over the last year and a half.
Hey Phil, I was just wondering if you would ever consider leaving America if things get really, really bad.
So where I'll start is with polling, because the numbers, they've shifted dramatically in a very short period of time. A 2025 Gallup poll found that roughly 1 in 5 Americans want to move abroad permanently. And while that sounds like a lot, and yes, it definitely is, here's what really makes it crazy. That is more double the number who said the same thing a decade ago. Right? There's been a steady climb since 2014, and then it's just been accelerating. A Harris poll last year found that 4 in 10 Americans have either considered or are actively planning to move outside of the United States. And the people surveyed specifically pointed to dissatisfaction with current political leadership as a primary reason. Also a big thing, I'll say the generational split's pretty stark.
They can't stand the Republicans, and I can't blame them.
Say they thought about leaving, and that's from an American Psychological Association survey. More than half of all parents polled said the same. You also had Gallup flagging something that they called a record. 40% of women aged 15 to 44 said that they wanted to leave the United States in 2025. And also with the situation, you have Rainbow Railroad, a nonprofit that helps LGBTQ+ people escape state-sponsored violence, saying that it has received a record high number of requests for help from U.S. citizens since Trump's re-election. And so yeah, you have people saying they want to leave, but are they actually doing it? This is where I'll say, it gets harder to track. You have experts saying that permanently leaving a country, it's genuinely difficult to measure. But the indicators we do have, they're pretty telling. A report from CS Global Partners estimated that 1,285 Americans renounced their citizenship in just the first quarter of 2025. That was a 102% increase compared to the previous quarter. Also, prior to 2009, only a few hundred people totally renounced citizenship in a year. The numbers now appear to just keep going up and up, and this is relocation firms and expat communities are reporting a surge in interest. You had one citizenship and residency advisory firm reporting a 400% increase in American compliance in the first quarter of 2025 versus the year prior. A record number of U.S. citizens applied for UK passports in the first 3 months of last year. Also, Ireland, they saw American passport applications soar during the same period, and notably, Ireland reported the number of Americans who actually moved there this past spring doubled in the year before. So it's not fully all talk, but also experts are quick to point out that a lot of the passport applications, they're more of a break glass in case of emergency, where people securing options, not necessarily booking flights. The fact that you have this increasing number of Americans building an exit ramp, that itself is significant. And actually, there's a domestic version of the same phenomenon. You have people who aren't leaving the country, but they're absolutely leaving their state. And this actually has a name. It's called the Big Four. It's a trend of Americans increasingly moving places that match their political beliefs, and it's just been accelerating for years. For counties that voted Republican in 2020, they saw net population gains of 3.7 million in the 3 years following the election. The New York Times analysis found that broadly, more Democrats moved to Biden states, while more Republicans moved to Trump states, though it varies by location. Right in Florida is the headline example. 200,000 registered Republicans moved there between the last 2 presidential elections, more than twice the number of Democrats. Meanwhile, after Biden became the first Democrat to win Georgia in almost 30 years, Democrats actually outnumbered Republicans moving into Georgia between 2020 and 2024. Right in that is Democrats have also made small migration gains in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. California, though, I'll say has seen more Republicans lead than any other state, most heading to Texas, Arizona, Florida, and Nevada. Now, not all of that is purely political, right? A cost of living and pandemic-era remote work shifts, that has played a role as well. Though, yeah, you could argue that is political in just a different way. But also, a survey from
Hi, kitty.
2025 found that nearly half of Americans
you like your
who
dinner?
cited the political climate as their primary motivation. So,
Hi.
politics
You
is
want
a
some
main
lap?
component. So the picture that ends
Get
up
some
getting
lap.
painted here is that you have a country sorting itself geographically,
Oh, beautiful kitty.
politically. People are voting with their feet, whether that means moving to a red suburb.
Feeling a little bit better after the meds?
And as for my answer, no, I'm not going anywhere. Like, I think a lot of people who have jobs like myself, I have a planned out escape plan if need be. You know, I love my country. I've loved the last 2 states that I've lived in, whether it be California or now Georgia. I want to be a part of the change that I want to see in this world and in this country. But yeah, at the same time, I'd be lying if I said sometimes I didn't get kind of nervous. But the government's been weaponized against anyone who wants to stand against Trump or even speak truth to power. So for me personally, there are a few different canaries in the coal mine that I won't specifically call out that, you know, I always keep an ear open.
My veterinarian gave me Clavamox for my cat's urinary tract infection, and she's prone to UTIs all of her life. Is there a way to get Clavamox over the internet without paying the veterinarian? Fucking drones will not attack. Oh, my kitty. Let's go to Dome. It's free to jetpack now, which is so cool. Probably free to boat, too. I probably don't need this fuel. I should go to the boat and find out after I loot this. You do if you want to build, yeah. I could build a new boat. That is something I could do. Nice, a blowpipe. Oh, well, hello, the kitty. You want to sit back on my lap? Let me sit up a little bit. Okay, sit on my lap. You're a good kitty. Hello. How you feeling, kitty? So, what do you mean? I don't like the world level. It's too obstructive to the stream. I'll turn it off entirely. Oh, kitty. Okay, we go home now, or to town now. Oh, my pretty kitty. Look, my pretty kitty. Okay, I came to town because I wish to go to my boat and see if it's free to use the engine forever. So cool. I have a yacht. Look, you can run the engine without fuel. Which is so dope. That's so cool. This one doesn't show that it's on. Maybe you have to like put something in it. I don't know. I think I had to like put fuel in it to get started, but I don't think they need fuel to stay started. Oh no, I guess they do. So they'll go forever. So you only need to put like one fuel in there. But they're on forever once you get them on. I think. Large oil rig is PvP, and I don't really have anything I can't afford to lose. Maybe like an MP5. Let's put the sails down. Look, the engines just stay on forever, like forever ever. Oh, no, what happened here? No, you wedged me again for some weird reason. So here we go. Oops. Yeah, they're running despite the fuel, so all I need is 3 fuel to start them. And I can run forever. No, Deep Sea's not up right now, but we'll go out for a while. I want to tour the shore. Oops. Okay, pull anchor. Anchors away. Cool, look how fast I go. Wonder if I can build another engine and go even faster. Cool. Oh, so the town does have a no-build zone, okay. And now I hit harbor. Wait, did one of the engines stop? I thought you said it was free forever. Oh, I guess it isn't. I pay for all vehicles, damn it. Never mind, I do need fuel. Oh well, sailing is an acceptable pace. Cool. My boat is a bit... What happened here? Oh, I don't know. I lost the wind, I guess. There we go. Can't believe I lost my fucking bag. I must have dropped it in the water or something dumb. I really have no idea what I did. I think I flipped out. Oh, I think I flipped out for flippers and now. Why are we shooting at me? But I don't have any cannonballs. What happened to my cannonballs? There they are. Ah. This is so fun, I gotta say. I don't think that smaller boat is as fast as me. My boat's better than yours. My boat's better than yours. I like yours more. Yours is cheaper. No, don't go into the inlet. We'll get stuck. I want to pull up anchor here, I think, actually. I had a mock sea battle with those boys that we exchanged compliments about each other's ships. It was good naval content, and this proves again that this is probably the right game to play. It's dumb that this is the right game to play, but it is probably the right game to play. Here's a quieter place where guns aren't going off all the time. My ship is fixed. You know, I think you can actually, like, sink other people's ships, but that's not my goal. The cannons are so cool. Just go when I log in. You can see all his corn. He has a corn farm. I love this shit. I like the slow pace of the free sales. Do you think it's good? Lower the sails. Fuck yeah, I have a boat. I love my boat. I'm supposed to kill these things, huh? Oops. No, that's not what I wanted. And that this thing took so long, this stupid site, because I wasn't paying attention. I had a mock sea battle. I thought the drones were gonna like be better, but they're not. Might be better to just bring like a cat navy issue. Those are actually really not that expensive. Or just a catalyst. Yeah, just bring a catalyst or something. They really do a lot of damage, yeah. Oh, the other friendly guy left and now I'm here with some other dude and I hope he's not going to jump in on me. Let's take a look even though I don't really care about the periscope. Okay, we sonar'd and now I don't see any enemy submarines on scan. No. Let's take the, well, I don't want to remove wreck from overview, but yeah, so... We're okay. I don't see any, I don't think this guy's after me, so we're good. I like this quiet low-sec system. I might do better with, what's it called? My Vexer out in this system. The fuck was that? Fuck was this? Ah. Oh, I captured. Right on, right on. Go back to the local. Nobody left. Everybody left. Yay. I will clear this system and I will pull like 300 million or something. I'm going to pull 300 million for doing this. This is so worth it. This is way, way better than what I try to do in nullsec. I should just bring a Vexer out here. Vexer's what? 48 million? That's not much more than what this ship is. This ship's like, you know, and I just made 300 million. I should just bring a heavier ship, 32 million with even more DPS. And like, I don't know. Yeah, this ship doesn't have that much tank. But the Vexer does. The Vexer has like, I don't know, like 15 or 17 something. Vexer might be a good idea. I love the new Eve style that they did. It's very sci-fi and cool. But wow, I love that sound.
Drive active.
I should look for some, oh, I do have a miner's headlamp. Yeah. Miner's headlamp, and then my flashlight. And then we will turn on campfires. Campfires are so cool. Let's make more campfires. Campfire. Got family dinner here in 20 minutes. Let's go look at my ship from the outside and see what it looks like. Look at that. Doesn't it look fucking cool? That's so cool. You can like see the fire at night. It's fucking so cool. Helps me see the boat. It's good to know you can do it. It is cool. Next wipe. Or I don't know. Could just do it this evening. I could just build this on a live server and actually PvP people. It might be pretty fun to just sit out there pretty far in the ocean, like, you know, out a couple squares. Like this 5th box or so out. It would be scurry. Oh. That's cool. Look at the ship flip as it's gonna blow up. Boom. That looks cool. See, I need that sort of shit out of all my MMOs. Rust provides that sort of thing all the time. That's cool. Oh. Creature control 58. Ooh. Fuck are you doing? Raise anchor! Oh! Ahoy, mateys! We sail upon the main, or whatever. Oh, maybe my sails reefed or whatever. Oh. No, it's too angry. Too angry. I love faction warfare. I'm just gonna do more of it. I love faction warfare. I just needed it to be more quiet. Feels like the last like 10 times I did it, they just show up in 5 minutes. This is really good. Here's a rival. I don't see him, so I don't know. Oh, I'm going to be late here. Gonna pull the sail. We'll play some more of this. It seems really good so far. I didn't think they made good music like that anymore. Well, that like, I didn't think you could find it, honestly, is the real problem. You can't find it. It's hard. Okay, so I guess I will get my shoes on while I wait for this to cap. I might have to do another combat round. I'm going to stop the stream here, guys. I've got to go to family dinner. You've been watching Skycat Live, full-time variety gamer, all day, every day. Put me on in the background. Click on the cast face to donate and come to my website, which is skycat.live, and come and look at all the videos that I have on my YouTube channel. There's lots and lots of videos on my YouTube channel. And thank you so much, and I love you guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you in like 60 to 90 minutes. Bye. There we go. I'm sorry, guys. I forgot to unpause, and I lost like 2 hours. But here I am. I'm on pause now. What MMO do I play? It's weird. I don't know. I could go to Fallout 76 custom mode and just keep it running and just keep it going all the time, trying to complete stuff, do dailies and finish out seasonal quests, and that mode respects you. Yeah, you beautiful kitty. But you can't. No, that's still not like that's not the MMO grind. Like the only two I can think of are like, well, the only three that I care about are E, Mortal, and FFXI. So maybe I'll try and get FFXI running again, or like I don't know. Maybe I should pay for retail. Honestly. Oh my kitty. Yeah, run the Horizon launcher again. Something happened here, and I want you to. No, it's got some error, which sucks. Oh, there we go. Oops. Certificate is not correctly signed, and I don't know what that means. It's like it's installed incorrectly or something, and I don't know what to do about that. Oh, this kitty's just purring up a storm. She's like a happier kitty. She's not like very sick, and she's feeling better, I think, which is good. Yeah, it's fun to be here with me, isn't it, kitty? Gotta go dump wood again. No, I don't want to play the private server. I still feel unsafe playing on the private server. I know I do. Let's uninstall now. And just take it off my drive. So it doesn't take up space. X4 is an option. I could play X4 on GeForce Now. With other games in the meantime. Enshrouded is fun. I don't mind playing it. Enshrouded is pretty fun. Okay, I am going out ice mining. Oh, my beautiful kitty. Let's go out looking for ice belts. Her token or Wuos. There's 2 belts in Wuos. We'll go to Wuos. Seems good. Oh, do I need my booster now? No. I'll take, well, 2 hours. Yeah, I mean, I'll just do it tomorrow. It's fine. The booster's just not going to be up in time. It's fine. What the hell is that? So there we go. Wood, 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 wood. Going back out. I will fund my books and I will buy all the books because I think I need to buy another taming book. I don't know. I don't think I need to buy another taming book. I think I need oh god, Beast Mastery. There's stuff that I need. There's books that I need from Fab. I can't leave this place and I don't really want to do the dailies either. I could go do Razorback. That's something I could do for Therans that I do need. So I should do Razorback actually. But it's late in the day for that. I'll go and do it tomorrow when they're not, like, there's no people there. But I will go do Razorback and Scoundrel at some point, but I don't want to do it while it's busy right now. Oh, did I retire? I don't know. I retired, right?
Autopilot engaged.
Yep. Okay, so I had some fun faction. Ooh, I'm banging on a tree with a torch. Why am I doing that?
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Okay, let's go. No, they're like none of them are my style anymore, except for FFXI. It's kind of annoying. I guess I will try to reinstall. I don't know what its issue is. If you installed here,
Approaching
you
Stargate.
did. So can I? Oh no, I don't know. It's so annoying. So on D Horizon X launcher. See, I really don't know. I don't know. How big is this file for one thing? Hi, kitty. You want to sit back in my lap? I'm gonna sit up. There, sit on my lap, kitty. Yeah, get some love. That's a good kitty. Yeah. Hi, beautiful kitty. So I don't know. I think it's probably better to uninstall from the file and try again.
Autopilot jumping.
World of Warcraft Classic, World of Warcraft. Oh yeah. And then Morrowind.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
And then, yep, uninstall. And then, I am looking for Horizon, yeah, which will be way up here. Horizon XI launcher, but I don't have, how do you uninstall? I don't know. So the launcher itself, I guess I can uninstall, yeah, and that might be better. No, I don't know. Like, let's see if the launcher itself can repair itself. Maybe.
Approaching Stargate.
See, this is the problem with private server stuff, is it's always janky like this. The game's too old, it's not supported. I've already hit my first bang my head against it the first time. Settings, MISC, enable, open launcher, install, full, reapply, last patch, yeah. You're gonna give me an error. I know you are. Probably because my VPN. Yeah, no thanks. I'm not doing this with this stupid shit anymore. I don't want to do the Final Fantasy shit anymore. I want to support a game that isn't shitty. Could try Darkfall again. That's an option. I don't want to play a caster on Darkfall. I know I don't. It's probably way too technical. So Dapplewood.
Autopilot jumping.
Let's give Darkfall a real. Oh no, Darkfall was so old. I would have to do something. No man, that client's so old. I know it's not what I want.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm curious to see if my X4 copy of on GeForce Now it will load my save, because I have a save, but it's on my no Steam executable, and I'm not sure if it'll load that save. I'm not sure if it reads it or not.
Approaching
It's supposed to
Stargate.
sync the save, so we'll see, but I don't think so. I don't think it's, yeah, well, maybe it is. It looks like how it looks when I load it. We'll see. Hi, beautiful kitty.
Autopilot jumping.
I love my beautiful kitty.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Do you have my save? You don't. How do you not have my save? You're so annoying. Well, I'm not starting a new one, I don't think. Yeah, I'm not doing this when I have a no Steam with a really good save. I'm not doing that.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
$40.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
See, like none of them are good enough. Like the industry is suffering.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Stargate. Warp drive active.
We got a banger for the copers and the hopers. New world make.
You went back for no reason.
Hey guys, welcome back. It's Brutal Boris, and wanted to do a follow-up video from the previous videos about the Quinn Fall. Today's video, thank you for your advice and all your comments in my videos previously.
Approaching Stargate.
This video is because of the poll you guys took. You decided you chose for another tips and tricks video over the full husbandry and farm walkthrough. So we'll do that video next, but this video is going to be tips and tricks. We're going to do 15 or so tips and tricks that you probably want to know before you get to level 25, and definitely before you get to level 50. If there's certain things that a lot of people just...
It's not good enough, is it? No.
Okay, what up, friendos? Welcome back. And it's the day, right? It's D-Day. It's the nukes have all been dropping.
Autopilot
and there's going to be
jumping.
more nukes every day from now for probably weeks, because the Ashes of Creation
Autopilot
situation is
disabled.
heating up, and there's a lot of stuff we can now talk about, as well as stuff that is come out in lawsuits and stuff that's going to be coming out in lawsuits. It's fucking nuts. So remember when I said this is the craziest story in video game history that I've ever seen? Well, you ain't seen nothing yet, because even all the crazy shit that's just been said on Nefus's live stream and in the video where he's talking to Jason Karamanis, like, this is only part of it, and there's going to be more coming. So you're in for a real treat if you're interested in drama, because obviously if you're interested in Ashes of Creation, the game doesn't exist anymore and likely never will. So all you've got left at the end of every Kickstarter, you know, like when you see a rainbow and you're like, oh, is there a pot of gold at the end? Well, for every Kickstarter MMO, at the end, there's just years worth of drama and fucking stuff to watch that has nothing to do with the actual video game, and everything to do with questions like, did he steal money? Who did he steal money from? How much money did he steal? These are all questions that you get at the end of the fucking Kickstarter MMO rainbow. So basically, the news here from Nefus's channel is that Jason Karamanis was involved in the initial funding as a creditor, I believe is the technical term, for Ashes of Creation all the way back in like 2015, 2017, something like that, which obviously was at the very beginning of the inception of the game. And also at a time when Steven was telling people, oh, there's nobody, it's just me. You know, I'm the only person, nobody owns, there's no board, there's no corporate overlords or whatever. Which is a thing that continued to be said for years and years to come. But we know, obviously, from Jason's lawsuit a year or so ago, whenever it was, that Jason was involved in the company from the beginning. And then, obviously, these text messages prove this. Now, about a week or so ago, I don't remember what the exact date was. I can check my emails. Jason Karamanis sent, it was 10 days ago on February 4th. He sent an email out, I assume, to a bunch of content creators, basically saying, here's my number, I've watched your video, contact me if you want to speak to me. And I didn't call him for a very simple reason, and I told him this same thing. I basically said, you know, thanks, I don't have a US number, I'm based overseas, and it's a fairly distant time zone to the West Coast, which makes it difficult, which it does. And honestly, the entire situation is so complex, I'd prefer to keep things in writing if possible, so I can refer back to it when I'm talking about it. Because obviously, if somebody tells me something and it's on a phone, and I'm not recording the phone call, which I'm not going to without another person's permission, which, to be honest, at this point, he might have given me permission. I should have probably asked. But if somebody tells me something, I put it into the public and it turns out to be untrue, and I say, oh, yeah, but this guy told me, and I don't have evidence of that, that can fuck me. So obviously, just not something I'm going to do. But obviously, Nefus did do this. He got in contact with him. He sent him a bunch of text messages, and the text messages are fucking cringe. I'm just going to throw that one out there. Go watch it if you want. It's a 1 hour, 20-minute long video, and the text messages are cringe. It's embarrassing. And it's embarrassing because when I think of how high net worth individuals interact with each other and like business deals and, you know, millions of dollars exchanging hands and things like that, I think of somebody in a nice suit, a tailored suit, eating a perfectly cooked medium rare Wagyu steak, a tomahawk or something wildly expensive like that in a great restaurant. Maybe they've got imported Cuban cigar. You know, it's illegal. Who cares? They're rich. Maybe they've got a nice glass of expensive old cognac. Maybe a really expensive bottle of red wine to go nicely with the steak. But these text messages look like they're at the fucking children's table eating chicken tenders. It's that embarrassing. It's so bad. So it's incredibly cringe, but obviously there's a bunch of info in here with conversations between Jason and Stephen going all the way back to 2015, all the way to, I believe, 2021 is where things end off. And the funny thing is that it goes from really nice and pleasant to each other. You know, there's a bunch of hype, there's a bunch of happiness, you know, things are going great. And then it gets bad, and then it gets good, and then it gets really bad, and then it gets good, then it gets really, really bad. And then by the end of it, in like 2021, they're like, okay again. And then obviously the text messages end, and the story ends there from up until when he gets on the live stream with Nefes again and talks about some stuff going forward. But he's not directly involved with the stuff going forward because he wasn't on the board. He was just an investor by that point, whereas the board is multiple other people, not Jason, so he was kind of in the dark. But the text ends at, like, the texts between Jason and Stephen end here, and then obviously their relationship sours again later because he then, as we know later, sues Intrepid, and relationships break down completely, and fucking the company implodes within a year or so of that lawsuit. I can't remember specifically when that was filed, but it's not super far away time-wise. But then he went on live stream with Nefes after this video went live. He was on the phone, Jason was on the phone, and he was asking him a bunch of questions, and he was giving his side, and the board side, or at least Robert's side, who's the person who primarily owns Intrepid now, if you didn't know. He's like 60-something% ownership of the company. So right now, what we have is a worker lawsuit against Intrepid, which is Intrepid, the business entity, which you have to remember, obviously, this is not against any individual. That's Intrepid, the business entity, because the business entity owes money to these workers. Then we have a lawsuit I'm about to go over in a second. That's from TFE Game Holdings, which is owned by Rob, as far as I'm aware. So that's another, like, board-level perspective. And what they're making claims of is fucking nuts, which, again, I'll go over in a second. And then, obviously, eventually, I'm assuming we're going to get Steven's side of the story. And then there's other factions within this that have not been made public yet, which are other smaller investor groups and things of that nature. So there's like a million fucking things still to come from this point, is basically the long and short of what I'm telling you right now. And those million things are going to come up, and they are pretty much all going to be legal filings. So they're going to be incredibly dry to go over. And this is the first incredibly dry one to go over, which is the TFE Game Holdings LLC, Delaware Limited Liability Company versus Stephen Sharif and John Moore. Now, I don't know why they're listed as Nevada residents. I don't know why this is filed in Nevada state court and not California or federal court. I'm not a lawyer, so you're going to have to, like, just figure this one out on your own, I guess. It doesn't make a ton of sense to me, and usually jurisdiction issues of why are we in this venue are like a number one reason why cases get thrown out. I imagine since these people are rich and are very involved in litigation, as in these people have been sued, like everyone involved in this has been sued multiple times by multiple people. I imagine they know, so, you know, take that for what you will. But the claims being made in here are fucking crazy. Now, I do have to give the caveat that this is people saying, from my perspective, these people did this thing. There is no evidence in this entire document. Like, you can read this the whole time. There isn't a single text message, email, financial statement, nothing. It's literally just saying, we think these people did these things, but we provide absolutely zero evidence. There's no dates in here of exactly when things happened. The only thing is like some specific numbers. But the big claims that they're making is basically Stephen Sharif and John Moore embezzled money from the company. And they're not saying they embezzled small amounts of money. They're saying they embezzled tens of millions of dollars, which is a fucking crazy claim to make. And especially one where there's currently, you know, when you go through a lawsuit, usually the issue is that the filing and then the evidence that follows on and exhibits that usually come with the filing. There's no guarantee everything's been uploaded, anything's been provided initially, or that you're going to see those things for weeks or usually months, especially state court, because state court is just absolutely rammed. This can be fucking ages before anything happens to it. But the only exhibits they showed with these with this filing is listed here, and it's not in this PDF, it's in another, but trust me, it's not even worth looking at. There's nothing in there. Exhibit 1, 2, and 3, and it's just a list of tech platforms that they don't have access to, which is one of the claims. One of the claims is Stephen resigned from the company, and he has all of this login information for all of these tech platforms that we need so that we can continue operation of the company. And by continue operation of the company, I mean close the company, which is what they're doing. It's what the plan always was. And that's one of the things they're suing him for. Then they list that there's a bunch of bank accounts and third-party vendors that they don't have like invoices for, records for, access to these credit cards and banks, and they're suing him for breach of fiduciary responsibility for not handing that stuff over. But then the big claims that they make is literal crime. They're accusing him of embezzlement, which is a federal offense, and they're accusing him of misappropriating, which is a really fancy term for basically you fucking used or taken this money. They're accusing him, him being Stephen, and of course John as well, of misappropriating $17.4 million, which, if true, is a fucking crazy sum of money. Now, again, there is no evidence of this, but specifically how they say that this was done is that they used excessive personal loans to certain shareholders with no documentation and no repayment, direct transfers to shareholders with no stated business purpose, direct transfers to miscellaneous accounts with no stated business purpose, and miscellaneous personal expenses charged to Intrepid's credit cards and or defendant Sharif's personal credit card that was then reimbursed by Intrepid. And they say that this is also commingled funds between basically Stephen's personal funds and the company funds. But the craziest thing they accuse them of is taking millions of dollars out of the company to buy a property and then sell the property and not pay back the company, which is absolutely fucking nuts. They also say that they gave themselves loans from the company and then never paid it back. Like they say here, Stephen had what they funnily called the Sharif loans, which is fucking hilarious. They say the Sharif loans, $362,524.15, and then the Moore loans, $6.68 million. And there's actually a really funny element of this where they say this. The Sharif transfers were received and enjoyed by the defendant Sharif. And it's like they're talking about $4.8 million. Yeah, if I transferred myself $4.8 million, I'd enjoy it as well, as I'm sure you guys would. But obviously, there's crazy claims in here. Like this is the one. To date, Sharif failed to dispute the total amount of money owed for the Sharif transfers. And there's okay, if you want like the actual analysis and not just lol, it's funny that they're saying Sharif transfers. When somebody in a lawsuit says upon information and belief, that might as well say I think, right? So they're not even saying we have evidence of this. They're just saying, oh, I think this happened, but they've provided no evidence, and they're not even using language that says that they know. They just say, oh, we think this happened, or we're suspicious that this happened, might be more accurate. So upon information and belief, defendant Sharif also caused Intrepid to take out a loan to purchase real property, as in real estate, in San Diego, California, aka the property. And upon information and belief, defendant Sharif identified Intrepid's investment as revenue in order to obtain the loan to purchase the property, which I think this, if true, is a crime. And then, of course, it does go over here that apparently they sold the property for $8.5 million and then didn't pay the company back. So that would be saying, oh, he pocketed $8.5 million. Like, oh, I'm taking a loan out the company to buy this thing, and then I'm selling the thing, and I'm keeping the money. That's a crime. If true, absolutely nuts. And obviously there is an amendment of the timeline here in terms of what the public believed due to what the employees at the time believed. So what employees believed and what the public was talking about is that Stephen Sharif
I got what I didn't
resigned from the studio on like the 28th or whatever, because you remember the timeline was like I've got something in my eye. I was downstairs cleaning, my cat's knocked like washing liquid fucking everywhere. But basically the public narrative was like somewhere around the 28th. I can't remember if it was 26th, 27th, 28th. It's been too many dates in my brain. There was obviously a meeting. From the meeting, it was determined that there would be hundreds of people fired, like left down to 70 to 100 employees. and everyone else would be no PTO, no severance. They'd be gone, and they were going to hire more people overseas to try to make the game for cheaper, right? That's what people believed. In reality, Stephen resigned on the 19th of January. He'd been gone from the company by the time this meeting even happened for like 10 days or something. And this is in the filing. You can see here they're talking about the Steam funds here. So defendant Sharif received a notice from Steam Valve Commerce on January 18th 2026 that provided Intrepid's secured creditor would be taking 3.5 million receivable, aka the Steam notice, that the plaintiff was relying on to pay Intrepid's employees and creditors. What they mean by this is when Valve froze the Steam funds, it was because the secured creditor, aka the bank, this is what happened. The bank contacted Valve and said, that's our money. So Valve said, okay, we're freezing the funds to determine whose money it is. And then the day after, according to this timeline, Stephen resigned. Now, obviously, the timing of this is incredibly sketch. And something that's obviously going to come out in further lawsuits about exactly why it happened with this time frame, because there's just almost no info here other than the real date of resignation. But I can now talk about obviously what was the real plan and what the public didn't know, just because this date is now public. Intrepid was never going to exist after this point. I think Jason even said this in the video, in the live stream when he was talking about it. The plan was to close Intrepid. So even if all this didn't happen, like even if the Valve money didn't go away, everything like that, Intrepid was going to be closed because they'd already made this new company. This TFE Game Holdings that's filing this lawsuit had already been created and was spun up specifically to fire everybody in Intrepid and then rehire 70 to 100 of the key staff into the new company where they'd... I don't know why you do this in terms of like a business decision. I'm sure it's something to do with debt or whatever, but they were going to close the Intrepid company down, move everything that was valuable and rehire staff into this new company, TFE Games Holding, and then develop the game from there. So Intrepid was going away. It was just that obviously people didn't know this until now. But either way, that's like all we get from the lawsuit. There's really nothing. The other claims are basically the same thing. Breach of contract, as in they think that there's a contract here between a loan from Intrepid to Moore and a loan from Intrepid to Stephen for combined like $7 million that's not been paid back. But they don't provide the loans in here. There's no agreements in here to look at. There's literally nothing. The other claims for relief from unjust enrichment, claims for relief from unjust enrichment for John, and then just basically saying, oh, we also want an injunction and we also want money. We want legal fees for our attorneys and things like that. So as a lawsuit, it's actually kind of a boring one, even though some of the claims are fucking insane. Like, obviously, you embezzled tens of millions of dollars from the company. It's a crazy claim to make. It's just a shame that there is zero evidence in the entire filing.
They all do this, huh?
There could be zero evidence in this for fucking months. So right now, it's kind of a nothing.
But it might be
burger.
big for the industry if people see how bad these
juicy,
software developers pass
interesting
the cost
element
of business
is
on to the
the text
consumer.
messages between Jason and Stephen, as well as the fact that it seems like Jason's going to continue releasing things, which is weird. And you know why it's weird? Because you never see anyone do that. And the reason you never see anyone do that is because anytime you put stuff into the public, you harm your ability to sue people. Because they have all the things that you're presenting and they can prepare a defense for it already. So if you do sue somebody after you put all this stuff into the public, it's like a bad idea. It's typically why when you're getting sued, the first thing a lawyer will tell you is to just shut the fuck up and don't talk about it. But since lawsuits are already flying, I would expect more within the coming days, because the way that these things go is people are sort of like holding their cards, like who's going to go first, you know, who's going to be involved, are we going to see the sides, which evidence is going to be presented, can I file a lawsuit in this jurisdiction before they, like, you're going to see everything implode now, more so than you already saw an implosion of the fucking entire company shitting itself to death. But there is a reason I said this was going to be the biggest drama in gaming ever, because we've now seen some lawsuits with very little information. One side of the story from Jason, And now it's expected that everyone else's side is going to come out, because again, there isn't just two factions in this. There's not even just two factions in it on the face of it. You've obviously got the public, you've got the employees, you've got Stephen and his side, you've got the board and their side. Right now, we've not even heard from 90% of the board. In fact, we've heard of no one from the board other than the TFE Game Holdings, which is Rob. And Rob obviously was previously not known to exist, but since Jason's talked about Rob, I guess I can as well. And then Jason, who is an investor, who wasn't on the board, but there's also other investors, and they are in factions as well. So it's gonna be a crazy couple days and a crazy upcoming couple weeks. So obviously stay tuned, because it's not gonna stop, guys. It's just gonna be fucking nuts from here on out, more so than it already was. So yeah, thanks for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed, and see you in the next couple of days with more Ashes of Creation and what people are now lovingly referring to as the Steven Files. So yeah, see you on the next one. Stay safe. We out. Peace.
Go back.
Hello everyone, welcome to another video. So we're going to do something a little bit different. Normally what I like to do is I script out a topic and then I record the living crap out of it while putting a bunch of meme edits. But today I wanted to do something a little bit different. We're going to talk about a MMO called Project Oregon. It's been in early access for quite a bit, but it just hit 1.0, and I wanted to kind of give my own thoughts, first impressions if you will, on the game. Now this was a 2-developer endeavor that unfortunately became a 1-developer endeavor when one of them passed away and the other continued on the project. But I think this game has a lot of heart. There's been a lot of effort put into it, and I think it's a pretty interesting showcase of what you can do when you put fun first, and then you put, you know, the experience all around the player enjoying themselves and having fun. So just to give you an idea here, we're gonna walk into this place right here, the inn, and we have the bard already playing music. You can even just hang out here, listen to the music. But this is one of those games where you're gonna notice that your character starts out classless. So even though the creators have said this is more like a mixture, you know, or think of Asheron's Call, think of Star Trek Online, think of Ultima Online, if you will, I also think there's a lot of old school RuneScape in this, especially when it comes to the humor. Obviously you can tell the Asheron's Call influences going over here. There's also some bubbles over at the bottom here that I'm not showing. The UI, well, maybe not the prettiest thing in the world, pretty customizable. If you actually go to your settings, there's a lot that you can actually toggle on and off. and change
Or
to
wait,
your
I think
liking,
I'll
especially
actually.
where the abilities show.
I'll
And
just
everything.
have my
So,
main
pretty
drive.
good there. But you're basically classless, and you pick which skills that you want to start with. So, to give you an example, I was actually using bows and psychology recently. So you can see right here, when you open your skills page, they're divided into non-combat and combat. There's so many things you can learn, including compassion. So you can actually have compassion. This happens when you basically kill an enemy. You can bury them out of compassion for them, and then you get certain rewards, as you can see here, +1 to meditation, +1 to first aid, etc. So you get bonuses based on your compassion, which is pretty interesting. So what I first had was, if we go over down here, is we were using ranged with psychology, and I thought psychology was really funny, not just because I studied it, but I thought it was a pretty funny hard to play, right? Skill up, sound and effects. Once you kill an enemy, you can actually search their corpse, take the loot, which in this case will be pork, but then there's different skills you can apply. So I have an autopsy skill, so I can autopsy, and I can tell that it died. Well, I know because I killed it, but it got bashed by a shield by SWATs, and it'll even tell you the damage. The further you get an autopsy, the more details you get. And then you can either skin the corpse, you can butcher the corpse, depending on what you want. We're gonna skin because it's lower. And then, see, we try to skin it, but we just made a mess. It's because our skinning is not high enough. But we're trying. And then you can bury the corpse, and see, that will give you the compassion that I was talking about. So there's a whole bunch that you can do. And the cool thing is, yes, it does have a map. We talked about this in the past, but it is old school. As you can see, most of the map in this section is in a fog of war. So in order to uncover the map, you actually have to run around, discover, and as you discover, it'll raise your cartography skills. So let me actually run this way into an area that we haven't discovered, so you can kind of give you an idea. This character that I made is technically an elf. However, the purple lighting, which is the helmet that I have on, is just a gem. It's making it very purple, so you can't tell, but you can maybe tell by looking at the portrait. I actually made him a goblin. There's a few presets that you can pick and then kind of customize quite a bit, which I enjoy, and so I turned him into a goblin. And the other thing you can do is there's also special skills like spore bombs, where, for example, let me show you this one over here. I can even charm a rat, I can brain scrub, I can shut down automatons, I can try to fish gut if I want to. There's a whole bunch of options for me to choose. It depends on really what you're trying to do over here. So we can mess this guy and then kind of turn around and do combat with this other guy. We can also take away there. Now these are pigs, so they're like low level enemies anyway, so we're not necessarily going to be in a whole lot of trouble. I'm just trying to showcase essentially what you can do here if you choose. And the reason you want to be kind of alternating your skills is if I engage and I only use my shield, I'm not going to be raising my bard skill. So we're trying to do all the things in order to raise the skills appropriately. The more you use them, the more you're going to level up. That one just actually gave me a necklace, which is really good. You know, it has a very particular, just kind of dip yourself in the water, and you can see we lost the dirty thing. So now we're no longer dirty. There's also teleportation platforms where you can basically use it. So for example, let's say that I want to, you can actually go outside and tame horses and get it that way. There's all sorts of other quests you can do. Or for example, if you go to the armors and weapons section, you're gonna see that there's a bunch of things. So you can see all sorts of things, all the things you need, ability scrolls, and these are all, I believe, players that are like putting up their things there, selling you their stuff. So basically, if you go over here, if you go to blacksmithing, then you're gonna find, you know, some NPCs, but you're also gonna find, you know, the people are listing. This guy's selling horse gear and crystal, sometimes horse gear, amethyst. So you can set up your own shop and people can buy from you, so it's pretty cool. And there's a whole lot more. If you go over in this section, we have the main town, and if I was smart, I would have bound over here, as that would have been the play. But either way, I think this is the game for you. It's pretty bright and colorful, as you can see. Lighting kind of all over the place. Keep in mind, I'm also playing on I believe it's good quality graphics. So you can go actually all the way into ultra, but this is kind of more or less where it looks. They're going for like that more stylized models. That's why it reminds me a whole lot of EverQuest 2 because of the way that it looks and even the font that they chose for it to go over the characters. But the gameplay, as you can see, very, very different. Well, that was it for me today. Hopefully you enjoyed the video. If you did, don't forget to do all the YouTube things. It really helps out the channel. And make sure to check us out on stream because we'll be playing this on Thursday. So if you want to see it live, if you want to ask questions there and see what the game is about, then you're more than welcome to stop by. This is a little bit of a departure of the type of videos we usually do, but hopefully you guys will enjoy it. I just wanted to kind of live case show it so that we can kind of go over all the features and I don't forget anything. And there's obviously a whole lot more I haven't covered. This is just more of a first impressions. So yeah, there you go. If you have more stuff that you want to share about the game, if you enjoy it or not, your thoughts, I would welcome them down below. I'll see you guys next time. My name is Squats.
No, it's faster to go east. I think. Yeah, it is. You can go. It's faster to go east. It's way faster. Okay, I'm dual boxing mortal. Oh, I need to check my quests and make sure that Razorback, White Cavallo, Scoundrel. Yep. Yeah, we'll go up that way and cut over the past. Stop. We were on our way to kill some Razorback. Something New World did for the MMO industry was the town board. That nobody had really ever seen that done very well before. When they did it, Mortal stole it, or maybe Mortal already had it. I don't know. Maybe Mortal was the original. I really don't know. I think Ultima was. But, yep, see, this is the fastest way through the pigs if you want to cut and still have a horse. You can do it on foot faster over by my house, but I should pay my upkeep on my way back here. No! No! Damn it. Oh, well. I mean, we could replace the horse. Fuck, now we both have to walk. Which is so annoying. Oh wait, I'm a healer, I can... Well, let's get them both together and they'll both walk. This sucks. It's almost better to go back and get them out. Ooh, very good.
Warp drive active.
My Alvarin one's way faster than that Dex footy. I'm fairly sure. I don't know, she's fast. Like, I'm turbo and I'm not as fast as her.
Docking request accepted.
What the hell? She's like autopilot faster than me. That does not look as fast at all. Oh, it's because I'm overlogged. Okay, drop that stuff. Put this stuff too, I guess. I don't know if I should have thrown the pig stuff away, but that's okay. Yeah, Razorback's far. Weird around two characters at the same time. It's hard.
Warp drive active.
Ooh, fulmination. That's a good spell to open it with if you can stand, if you can land it. Two out of 10. 2 out of 10. Okay, you come this direction until you see another pig and then sit. Your mana's getting up. I guess people have been killing razorbacks. Oh, there's more razorback. Lots more razorback. No, wait, no. Are they razorbacks? Yeah, they are razorbacks. Yep. Okay, so... Oh, that's a bush pig? Oh. Oh, razorbacks, man. There's one. They're all young. Damn it. I was hoping for an older one. Oh, I hit him too. I hit him. God damn, turbo pig. I'm carrying 5 bows for some reason. Shouldn't have done that. All young.